This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday. I believe it is the 19th, Sunday evening. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Penelope, eventually we're going to get a new outfit for you. And I'm working on gloves. I have some things I want to prepare for Becky's swap, 2x6" swap. I'm going to use this paper as the paper, and we're going to cut some fabric. I just have several things I want to do. I'm going to start by doing these gloves. So welcome in, welcome in. I don't know who came in. Let me get over here to my phone, my notepad phone, and come in and welcome folks in. Welcome, welcome. Skip the beautiful ad. And of course I don't have, one person is here. Hello, hello, whoever you are. I don't know why it does that for me, but there we are. It's Christy MV. Welcome in, welcome in. It's been a while, right? Welcome in. Oh, and of course I got right out of chat again. Hi, folks will be popping in. I got 3 people in here. Let's fix my chat filter to all messages. And while I'm here, let's fix the quality up to 1080. That's as high as this camera tolerates it. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope that you've all had a good weekend. I am making a pair of gloves, and I cut out one piece, and Becky told me to cut it double. She said, you'll be disappointed. So that's what I'm going to do, is cut it double. We're going to do this right now. I've been cutting this part around this area a little bit wider than what I have here, because if it's too wide, I'm not too, well, maybe in here a little too. If it's too wide, I can always trim it down. But if it's not wide enough, well, then we have an issue. So I am just going to start cutting here. And of course, my thumb is right on the seam here. Maybe I can avoid it. I got an ad. If you're out there, pop in and say hello. Don't leave Christy in here all by herself. How you doing, Christy? It's good to see you. It is good to see you. What have you been up to? I kind of had a slow day today. I didn't do much. I made cinnamon rolls this morning. Not from scratch cinnamon rolls. I used the baby grands, or I guess it's Pillsbury. She says, I'm good, how are you? Hi, Patty. Welcome in, welcome in. Then I made some potato salad. Potato salad. Eggs and onions and potato and all the fixings in between. Yeah, the mayo. I know not many of you like the mayo. And I think I'm okay on the fingers. as far as just using the cut line. But on the wrist, I was kind of thinking I might need more. And I think I can cut this down a little more. Come on. I'm cutting through two layers of fabric. And how am I doing here? Am I off screen? Yeah, this camera needs to be slanted a little here. Doop. Patty's here. Belinda, hi Belinda, it's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. I'm gonna cut this off here. Get it out of my way. And I am going to hand sew this, but I am going to baste it first to see how I'm doing. Stephanie somebody, I keep losing her. Let me go to my history and grab her link of who I'm following. I'm going to turn the sound down. Let's see, let's go to my channel. And I'm in the white mode because I've been testing my emojis. And let's go to my history. Whoops, I don't want to start a live. There we go. And I want to view all of it. Let's see. I think I found it last Friday night. How to make a What Happens Dog funny. Here, custom gloves. Let me grab her link. Share. Copy link. Come to my channel. And of course I have an ad. Oh, a hairstyle ad. To make me look pretty. Skip. And see, I always get this. I don't know why, I always get a blank. You're mean. I have to open it 3 or 4 times. Hi, Karen. Welcome in, Karen. Do it, do it. Hi, Angie. How are you doing, lady? Hi, Vale, and how are you? Vale and Angie have both gone through medical issues lately. Angie had her throat stretched, and I don't know what was with Vale, but she was in the hospital, but she's here now. Welcome in, ladies. Got an ad. Come on. Let me put gloves in here. G-L-O. This is the lady I'm following to do this. Of course, she's a pro, and I'm a I'm a beginner. I'm not a sewer. But there's the link. Now I got to get out of this because that white mode is hard on my eyes. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You might be in and out of chat. Your apologies ahead of time. If I miss someone, blanket hellos and hugs all around just in case. That's perfectly okay, Vale. You pop in when you're ready. Oh, liver pancreas issues. Oh my goodness, Vale. We'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers. That doesn't sound fun at all. Let's see. Cutting around these fingers is especially with this fabric, and me being the beginner that I am. But I think I can round it off when I stitch it. Let's see, I think I'm going to come at it this way. So we had a pretty nice day here today. I didn't go out. I'm going to go out tomorrow and work in the yard. I have bulbs left to plant. That's not pretty at all. Let's trim your fingernails a little here. So I'm going to be planting gladiolas tomorrow. I'd like to go to town and get dirt, but my bank card, I had to get a new bank card, and it should be here pretty soon. They said, they notified me that they mailed it, so I will be patient. I have raking to do. I have things to do around the house. There's something in there. I don't know what that is. Is that part of the fabric? Oh, it's probably part of this. Oh, that might be the blue painter's tape that I put this down with. Let's trim your fingernails. All right. Now I left this larger on purpose, but that thumbnail doesn't look very good. Doesn't look very good on me either. I'm always breaking my fingernails. I can't keep them pretty. I started using nail hardener, and that helped a little, but my two thumbnails, they're seriously trouble. All right, I'm going to leave this part wide. So I think oh, I butchered that. Well, I did butcher it because that paper is curling on me. Then I think, all right, let's take this off. Now I didn't bring pins in. I might have to go out in the other room and get some pins. I'm checking here to see if I have any out here. I think I put my pins in this button box, and it's in here with mixed up with all these buttons. I'm pretty sure. So that's not going to work. I wanted to get that off of my tray anyway, because that lid is... Let me run out in the other room and get my pins. It'll just be a second here. I think I might have some in here. I don't know. I keep this tin out by my recliner. I have scissors. I have papers and needles. Needles, scissors. I might have taken them out. Feels like I took them out. I don't know what I did with them then. I don't want to take all of these out, but I guess I will. These are pins and needles and crochet hooks. Thread. They aren't in here. Doggone it. I should have been more prepared. Too lazy. Charms. Alright, let's put all this stuff back. Pencils. Crochet hooks. Pins. Pins. Crochet hook. Needle. Big old upholstery needle and smaller needles. That's a tiny crochet hook. It's a book ring. The needles don't stay in this. That's almost useless to me. Brush. Needles. Crochet hook. Needle. Crochet hook. Paintbrush. Well, I know Penelope doesn't have any. I don't know what I did with my pens. I just kind of stuffed my threads. That's actually a tassel that I made out of scrap thread. I know it's not in my other tin. Because I just went through that this afternoon. Somewhere I have a package of pins. Yeah. I'll put these in here, but it doesn't do them much good. They fall out anyway, she says. All right. Now there's scissors out in the other room. I'm always reaching for scissors out there. Some red heart buttons. Yep, this is how Meri does it. All right, let me take this back out there. I'm disappointed that I can't find those needles. I had a... It's got needles. No, those are my inks. Stamps. Becky says, Meri, why didn't you put them away? Like you were supposed to. Then you wouldn't have this problem. I don't have an away spot. That's why I don't do it. Where is away? Where is away? There is no away in my house. Well, fiddlesticks. Let me take this out. I'll be right back. Got a needle. A number 7 packing needle. What did I do with those needles? What did I do? I'm not going to pull anything else out. I'll use painter's tape. I'll use painter's tape. I have a sanding block. I have ivory soap. I have thread, but I have no needles. I thought I had needles. They are not here. They are not here. Wait. No, no, that's thread. All right. I give up. I put painter's tape on this and it worked. Let's turn these inside out. Yeah, I whacked on this pretty good. But I think I have enough that the whacking won't matter. Let's turn these so the right sides are together. Doop, doo doo doop. Doo doo doo. I got one needle here, one pin. Maybe Penelope can give me a couple. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Get the scraps off my desk. Welcome in, welcome in. If I haven't said hello to you yet, let me check chat. Let me check chat. Chat filter. Top. Chat filter. Oh. Angie says, Meri, you need a big, big Angie bowl. I need a crock bowl, Angie. I've got to, look at Angie, I've filled them up. I've filled them up. There's baker's twine, watercolor, charms, more charms, a sponge, Post-it notes, glue stick, my awl. And then in this one, I have buttons and an eraser and a fine liner cap. And in this one, whoops, I'm getting streaming tips there. In this one, I have mica powder, twine, ink pen, beading wire, a bling down there. And I stack them up like this, Angie. I'm going to check one more spot here. And then scissors. Can you guys see? I'm not on my live. These are my other gloves that I have two bowls here of ink pens and that really should go over there, a tie, ink pens, a cap. I want to look in this box over here and see if I put those pens in this box. I should write what's in this box. There's beading wire, a pair of scissors, carving tool, stamp. No pins. I don't know what happened to them. And you don't even want to see the top of my cart over here. I don't think the pins are there, though. I may have put them in my slow stitch box, perhaps. My scissors aren't even fitting over here anymore, Angie. I've got too many scissors. I'm always losing them. That's why I have so many, because I lose them and then I find them. I eventually find them. Gloves, watercolor. Oh, here's my poor glove here. I'll eventually get this straightened out. Well, my ruler got caught on my sleeve here. Hold on. I'm going to run in there and get my slow stitch box and see if my pins are in there. That's a scrap. Hold on. Because it's just sitting out here by my recliner. Let's see if I put my pins in here. You want to see what I have in my slow stitch box anyway, don't you? I remember getting them out. They're little applique pins. Hi, Linda. Linda McAllister. Linda McAllister. Oh my gosh. Hi. Oh, it's been forever since I've seen you. Hey, it's good to see you. You know, I haven't changed a bit. I never can find anything. Linda, it's so good to see you. I'm looking for pins. And look, I have a hexagon here. I think that's one of nope, they're not in here. No pins. Are they in one of the bags? Sometimes I put them in my bag. Let me check as I put back. Sometimes I put them in the bags, but I found them. Yay! Drum roll! That was my slow stitch box, but all my slow stitches out in the other room. This just holds fabric and pins and needles. I guess maybe I'll get some more pins. I can't find the little applique pins at retail. I have to order them. Linda McAllister, how good to see you. I haven't seen you for a couple years. Yep, still the same old Mary. Can't find a darn thing when I'm looking for it. Let's see, I think I want these face up. Face it to the inside. Outside. I'm trying to make a pair of gloves, Linda. I'm going to baste it first, and then I'll go in and hand stitch it. I'm going to baste it and see how it fits me. Oh, Linda, you stick around. How's your, Pin, is that her name? P-I-N from England? Are you still in touch with her? Yeah, I put a link to the pattern that I'm following, or the video that I'm following. I traced my own hand, Linda. I'm going to have a craft-a-lunch here if I'm not careful. I traced my own hand to make a pattern. And then this that I'm using is from a pair of leggings where the elastic stretched out. So, and then I tried a knit. I haven't tried to sew it. I only cut one hand. I might just put this in my journal someplace. It's so good to see you. It must be, yeah, it must be years. Hi, Spida. Hi, 2.0. I call Spida, Exotic Spida, I call her 2.0. Welcome in. And Angie Brown, she found them. Drum roll, Angie says. Yes, it's getting spring where you are. That's cool. Yeah, I'm going to plant my gladiolus hopefully tomorrow. I don't know about Tuesday, though. I think we might have another storm rolling in. We had a pretty cool weekend, but we didn't have all the tornadoes that they had north and east of us, which I was grateful for. Who else have I missed? Belinda, welcome in. Debbie Epps. Hi, Debbie. Welcome in, Miss Debbie. Oh, I got an ad. Let me put my chat up here. Now, let's see, who else have I missed? Welcome in, Debbie. I hope your sale went good. I'll be back, she said. I'll be back. Belinda Smith, Angie Brown. I know I need a big, big Angie bowl. Debbie says hi to everyone. Vale says cold and snow flurries where she's at. Oh, I think it's coming around. And Coloring View. Hi, Coloring View. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Sherry, which Sherry came in? Sherry Van. Hi, Sherry. It's good to see you, too. I haven't seen you around for a while. Hello, hello, hello. And I'm back to where Christy MV and Karen K and Vale were in. I think I'm caught up with chat. Let me. Linda says, some point I'm going to make oven mittens. You know, I might try that, too. We've got a stack of them out in the kitchen, but I wash them and they get pretty worn and torn. Freeze warning where you are tonight? Are you up in the north? Spida 2.0? You hate those ads. Well, I'll tell you, they pay our way, Angie. They're I tolerate them because they pay YouTube's way, and YouTube is supported by ads, so gotta have them. All right, now that I found the pins, I don't have to use my painter's tape. And I might get little Penelope out here because we might need her. All right, so right sides together, Miss Becky says. Meri, put your right sides together. Fold your fingers out. Thumbs out, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I never thought of that. All right, this needs to come up a little. Hold on. The fabric's kind of hard to handle because it's a kind of a light knit. So let me just kind of give it a shaky shake. Here, if I can get the thumb pinned, and maybe this side, the rest of it will hopefully fall into place. And I'm just going to baste one to see how it's going here. It still needs to come up a little. Yay! I'm going to order some more of these little applique pins. You did the thumbs up. Thank you, Linda. Oven mitts are a good idea. I just don't, I have a sewing machine. I could sew this on the machine, but I don't want to get it out. All right, we're just going to, let's see, I'll base this way, so I'm going to pin it like this. And this doesn't want to stay in the groove here, so I'm going to pin this one. Now I'm just going to use regular sewing thread on this, and this is a knit. I don't know if I need a special kind of thread. Boy, these thumbs. One thumb looks bigger than the other. Uh-oh. But, oh, I see it's folded under. It doesn't want to behave itself here. There we go. I probably stretched it a little when I was cutting it, too. And, you know, you might get some glare off of the glass top, but I'm going to turn on my light. A little bit more light that I can see. It still kind of casts a shadow, but... Angie says, I will get clean before she comes. Would somebody show that message? Do I have a mod in here tonight? Debbie, would you show that message? Angie, there we go. Thank you so much. Angie says, I need to clean this room before Aaron comes, but I don't feel like it. Let me tell you guys, I understand that I don't feel like it part. I didn't feel like coming to chat tonight. I said, I want to sit right here in my recliner. But I said, nope. You said you were going to be on tonight. You be on tonight. I was scolding myself. I said, I have been really inconsistent with my streams lately. I get tired, especially when I work in the yard. I get tired. And I might be reading or tatting. I've been doing some tatting. I started some tatting just little things tonight or this afternoon after I made my potato salad. The weekend, hi, Jacqueline. The weekend was a busy blur, Jacqueline says. Welcome in, Mrs. Jacqueline. Mrs. Lovely. Mrs. Lovely is here. Linda, did you, Jacqueline, did you know Linda McAllister from way back when? Linda McAllister is from, I want to say from the Netherlands. Is that right, Linda? The Netherlands? And we used to hang out quite a bit together. I mean, she used to come to my streams. She used to do a lot of art. And then she said she lost her mojo, and we lost her. We lost her when she... I'm not going to worry that this one finger, little finger is a bit longer than the other, as long as everything else fits, because my little fingers are bent, so it'll be okay. It'll compensate. I cut them the same. I don't know. They're not... It's kind of hard to get this fabric matching itself here. I might have stretched it while I was... This finger has a square finger now. At least they're both square. Can you guys see? I can't see what you're seeing. I'm all in chat here. Maybe I need to move up a little. It's weird. I cut them both the same. But these two are both square, so they're... I know they're okay. Yeah. My camera, I think I might have bumped my camera here. Let me see if I can straighten it a little. Is that a little better? Maybe a little more this way. Was that the wrong way? That was the wrong way. A little more that way. Hi, Becky. Becky, you remember Linda McAllister, don't you? She came to chat. Oh, there she goes. Becky says she's chilling in the balcony. Did you go visit your mother-in-law today? Becky and Scott visit Scott's mother on Sundays. Yeah, I understand chilling, Becky. You just chill. I am going to cut the fabric squares tonight, or the fabric bricks tonight. I think she's calling them bricks. Becky is doing a swap. I think she's already assigned partners, though. But you're supposed to send a 2x6 piece of fabric to everybody on your list. So I will be doing that. I'm going to prepare them tonight. If I don't know why this one is so much longer. It fits every place else. Whoops. I cut them both the same, Becky. I could cut them both at the same time, like you told me to. Becky, still got a jack under the cupboards? Scott was fixing Becky's cupboard. We haven't had a problem with that yet. Knock on the wood. Becky, I'm just going to baste these first. I'm just going to baste them together first. And I think I'll put some pins in the center here. Linda, are you in the Netherlands? Did I miss that? Let's see. Angie says, Jacqueline, no GM today. I'm sorry. I slept all day. Becky says she's chilling. Spida says, Linda, I'm currently organizing materials, so no art is happening at the moment. Oops, got an ad. Vale says, Angie, sleep had not been forthcoming for a few days due to all that's occurred. My body finally said enough this morning, and I slept till 2:30. Good for you. Good for you. I've been taking a lot of Angie naps lately. It seems like if I drink more than 1 cup of coffee, I'm awake for the next 48 hours. But I've been pretty good lately. I do fall asleep after my morning live streams. It's funny, I fall asleep after my morning live streams, but I'm awake after my evening ones. 10 o'clock, 10:30, I'm still going. The morning ones I end at 9 o'clock, and of course I get up at 3:30, or I set my alarm for 3:30. Now this little finger is behaving. Must have been the way I had it situated. It's still a little longer, but let's see if it's not 3 inches longer. And the pins will wrinkle it a little, but I don't mind that. I think I'll put one in here. Maybe up and down. Yeah, we're going to baste it here tonight, and then I'll move on. I'll probably have to, see, I've got a pretty good, I'm most worried about this area here because of the width of my sides of my arms. That I'll give it a good, not a ½ inch, maybe 3/8 of an inch seam. And then if I need to make it any smaller or any bigger, I can. Angie says, Jacqueline, I have to go to the doctor tomorrow so she can check my oxygen. I think things are okay. Well, that's good news, Angie. Vale, good for you. Your body needs it. Debbie said, that's good, Vale. Any idea when you can go home? Jacqueline says, me too, Angie. Have faith. Angie says, Jacqueline, that I have. Well, that's good, Angie. I hope you don't have to do that too many times in your life. You've already done it once that I know of. And this is cut wonky down here. I cut it wonky. I'm not the best at doing this. Let me snip that. Well, there it went, right on the floor. Was it a pin? Yeah. Yeah. Let me get a little pair of scissors here. Snip this little guy off. Let's see if I can't recoup this wonky. A little better. All right, now I don't have to sew the bottom here, which is way too long anyway. So, let me go get my needle threader, because do I have one in here? I might have one in here. I had one someplace. Oh. I've got some beading wire. Oh, it must have been my imagination. Hold on, I know where it's at. I was using it when I was tatting this afternoon. Let me run and get it. Another slow stitch. There's my needle threader. That's for get them with my tatting needles. I have this beautiful, beautiful needle case that Miss Ruth Lamb made for me. She said, use it, Mary. So I am using it. I think I'll use maybe this needle. It's got a tiny eye, but I don't want a big needle. Let's see how it goes through the, well, I picked a, let's pick over here. I'm going to baste, so I think it'll be okay for basting. All right, we're going to use that. I have scissors, needle threader. I'm going to use black thread, and we're going to baste this and see. I think I said about 3/8 of an inch, not quite a half. And my old eyes need a needle threader for the sewing needles. Sometimes I can thread my tatting needles, but the larger ones. I can get the needle threader through the needle. It's got kind of a twist on the end of it. There we go. Don't drop it now. Hold it with my left hand. And Joyce said, do it with the palm of your hand, and I'm going, huh? Da-da! Dum-dum-dum-dum. I'm going to put it up here. And, well, let me put it away. Or I'll lose it like I lose everything else. Put it back in its home. And I'm going to have a fairly long thread. Not so long that... And I think this is purple. Does this thread look purple to you guys? I think it's a dark purple, but I'm going to use it for basting. I think I pulled some blue too. It's over here somewhere. Yeah, those are, scissors are not for sewing anymore. All right, where's my needle? And I'm just going to baste. I think I'll start here. Right about in here. And let's pull this pin out. And for now, I'm going to give the pins to Penelope. She says, yay! You took all my pins. And let's make a little, ouch. Ouch! What'd I do? Pulled it right out, stuck my finger. Let's go in from the front. To see how much thread I have left here. Okay, I'm just gonna do a little, forgive my fingernails. I don't know what that is. It's not blood, it's ink from something. I'll do a little back stitch here. I usually end up knotting this before I get going. Maybe I'll be good tonight. Find the loop. There it is. Well, get my knot in there, and then I'll baste. Becky says hugs, Debbie. Becky says Scott and I aren't that kind of color couple. Oh. Linda McAllister says, well, it's in the middle of the night here. I'm going to try to get to sleep again. Sweet dreams, Linda. Thanks so much for dropping in. It's so good to see you. Have a really good week or rest of the week. I think you're ahead of me. So, but I think your week is starting. Sweet dreams. She saw Stephanie at Stephanie Farrell Focus making gloves. Yes, I put the link up above, Becky. Debbie says, it was great seeing you, Linda. Take care. Bill says, I'm a curious Capricorn. Christina. Hi, Christina. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. Jacqueline says, she's nosy. The curious need to know everything, right? Hugs, Debbie. For fashion, the gloves, why are we making these? Well, first of all, we're making them because I want to see if I can do it. I do have kind of a thought, but I'm not ready to tell you guys yet what I'm thinking, but because it may not work. And boy, I'll tell you, it's kind of hard to base this. And stay. I should probably draw me a line because it's on the inside. Let me, I have a fabric marker someplace, but we're just going to use this pencil. Hopefully. And I'm just getting a start, so I really want a wider. We'll see. This fabric is very stretchy. I don't know you guys can see it. I can kind of see it. I'm kind of drawing between the needles. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. Going at 5/8. Might have to go a little thinner up here. All right, that's all I'm going to do for now. Let's see if I can stay on the line. Let's see if I can pick up the needle. All right, I'm going to hop over to my line here. And when I'm basting, I don't have to take beautiful, beautiful stitches. And they don't have to be tiny. I would think they would have to be smaller when I'm actually stitching it. Yeah, I've got an end here. Whoops, you guys in the nose. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get this thread pulled through. There we go. Becky would have this done by now. She said, I just put it on the machine. I'm not an experienced stitcher. I do a lot of slow stitch, but here we go. Penelope, you can have that. I wonder if I kind of hold it, if I'd have better luck here. Well, it goes in okay, but getting it out again is another story. Oh, I unthreaded my needle. I always unthread my needle. Well, we got to stop and thread the needle again. I have to get it over here where it's white. It's blue here. You'd think I'd see it, but I got to get it up to my nose so I can see the... I probably should have a larger eye needle. All right. Yeah, there's DNA all over my thread. There she blows. Debbie says, I would have ordered from Amazon by now and tossed the fabric for another day. Well, I want to see if I can make these. I want the experience. I want the experience. I'm going to take this pin out now. And I have to say, the Stephanie who I'm watching, she used a machine, and I want to do it by hand first. I might make some by machine, but I don't know if I want to do that online. So this is kind of my first, and it's kind of a trial. And I'm only going to do this glove tonight. I won't bore you guys all night with this. I have a couple of other things I want to do tonight. And I do have these gloves that came with, they either came with the hedge trimmer or the drill that I got from my brother. And these would work too for what I think I want to do, but I want the experience of making them. Get my hand under there. Because you're always learning new things. That's what it's about, learning new stuff. I don't want to lose my thread here. I got enough of an end, I think. Now, I didn't pin the, or I took the pins out or something. I didn't pencil mark all of this up here by the thumb. And I'm taking pretty large basting stitches. I don't want to stretch it too much when I'm stitching. And now I think I can make a thinner seam in here between my fingers. It may not be perfect, but I'm not perfect either. So what y'all, are any of you gardening? I know Becky gardens, but does anybody else in here garden? Even a little? Even a little? Angie says, I can't save clothes. She says, I'm not patient to get these things done. Well, you make those bows, Angie. That has to take a certain amount of patience. You do that by hand? Make the bows? I was watching a video today, and I researched it after I watched it because it was an AI video, but it was a gardening video. And they gave a process, they called it priming the seeds. Now, I knew with nasturtium that nasturtiums are flowers, and they have a pretty hard shell, and I used to just soak them in water and to get them to sprout. And I knew that. However, I learned today that you can use a solution of hydrogen peroxide and water to prime your seed, to get them to sprout. You get your, you soak them, but you don't soak them a long time with the hydrogen. The hydrogen peroxide, I guess, gives it extra oxygen that it needs. You soak it all the way from, for the soft seeds, for like a half hour, up to the hard seeds for a couple hours. But I ordered some phlox seed, and I think they're pretty, from what I'm reading, they're pretty hard to germinate. So when they come, they're supposed to come tomorrow. When they come, I'm going to try, it's a solution of hydrogen peroxide and water. It's 3 parts to 1. And I'm going to try to see if I can't, because I got a lot of them. Things like marigold and zinnia, I'm not going to worry about. I don't think I bought any nasturtium seeds. But I want to see if I can prime my phlox seed to get it to germinate. Angie says she doesn't have a green thumb. Jacqueline says she has a brown thumb. Well, my thumbs get painty. No, Bob has a tomato plant this year. Oh, really? Well, tomatoes, my brother loves growing tomatoes. I tried to grow my cherry tomatoes. They did good one year, and they were really slow last year. They were slow, but I planted them late. And I had a whole bunch of them at the end of the season. But I'm going to try them again this year. I think that I bought compost last year from a place here that, I don't know, that might need adjusting in there. We'll see how it goes here. But I think the compost had too much nitrogen in it. I think my compost had to, and I'm hoping that as it winters, that some of that nitrogen weathers out. Now, I'm going to take a knot here because my thread is getting pretty low, and if I don't do it now, I'll lose it later. If I can. Where's that loop? My thread, I'm used to tatting thread, and I'm used to a larger thread than what I have here. Yeah, I've got a new wastebasket out. It may break down the seed covering in a mild chemical reaction. Yeah, that's what it says. The hydrogen peroxide, it breaks down especially on the plants that like the phlox and nasturtium, and I forget what other one they named, have a harder coating, and that's why they take longer to germinate, because, and so it does, Debbie. I think that was my understanding of what it does. But you don't want a whole lot of hydrogen peroxide. They said 3 to 1. And I bought a big bag of them, and I'm going to just take, maybe 10 or 12. How many that, I don't know how big they are either. Flaxseed. But I would love to get some flax started. They're not annual, they're perennial. And if I read YouTube right, not YouTube, Google. If I read it right, the perennials have a harder time with the seed priming, so it may not work. And most of the YouTube videos that I've watched on it, they plant indoors first. But I thought on this seed package that I ordered that I could sow outdoors too. So we'll see what happens. We will see, said the blind lady, but she didn't see it all. I've got a thumb and a finger almost done here. One side of the hand. We'll see how this turns out. I need to go thinner on my fingers. But this is stretchy fabric though. So this cutting line may have been okay. But I was afraid that I can always cut off. You can always cut off, but it'd be pretty hard to sew it back in again. I'd probably use it in my journal. Now I'm going to a point here. Come on. Right in there. Yeah. And I'm going to turn this. It's going pretty fast. Looks like I have a thread caught here. Hold on. snip it off. I don't know how that happened. Doesn't matter. I'm still good over here. Except my finger. My finger disappeared. Get back here. Look at that square fingernail. That'll get trimmed. I got an ad. Let's see. Let me refresh my chat. Chat filter. All messages. Hi, Lala. Welcome in, lady. Welcome in, welcome in. She says blanket hellos. Thank you, Lala. Debbie says it may break down the seat covering. Jacqueline says she has a brown thumb. Angie doesn't have a green thumb. You can only sew bowls. You can't sew journal covers. Well, you do what you're good at, Angie. We like your bowls. You just keep up the good work. That's what we say. We like your bowls. Uh-oh. Got a knot? Do I have a knot? I can't stretch this too much. I'm trying to just hold it in my hand. Let's get that pin out of there. I'm halfway done. I'm kind of anxious to see how this looks. Of course, basting is still not going to be like sewing it. I might take these into the sewing machine. My brother is going fishing tomorrow, so I'll be here by myself. So I can put my sewing machine up. He found him a fishing partner. But I worry about, there's something right with the world when two old men can get together and go fishing. But I sure do worry about him. His fishing partner is in his 90s. My brother is driving. He wears a hearing aid. His partner has a pacemaker. But the good thing is, where they're going fishing is on his partner's son's property. It's kind of a private pond. And his son will probably be there with him after they get there, which I relax a little bit more for that. But it still kind of worries me. I told him to be, my brother's a good driver, but anything can happen. But it could happen to me. So, I have to, you just can't expect them to stay at home all the time. They want to get out, and this V is not matching here. I'm going to clip this a little more. If I can, I need the other scissors. But it's hard not to worry about them because they're going, well, it's sort of up by Lincoln. It's not quite to Lincoln, but the traffic up that way gets a little bit heavier. It's not like it is down here. And I can't help but worry about them. Well, I unthreaded my needle again. Luckily, I'm not having too much trouble threading my needle. It's hard not to worry about him. I told my brother the other day when we were driving up to wherever we were going, oh, I was going to get my dirt, and I lost my debit card. I don't know what happened to it. I think I dropped it and somebody picked it up, because it's not here. I searched all around here. I searched all around the car. I searched and it's gone. But luckily, I think we discovered it before, because I was at the bank when I needed it. And I hurried up and ordered a new one. So if anybody finds it, I gotta see if anybody finds it, it won't work for them. But we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about, and I told my brother that when he went off like that, by himself, because he'll do that when he needs to get his hair cut and wants to go down to his granddaughters and that. I don't go with him all the time. And I worry about him driving. And I told him that, and it kind of surprised him, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. I worry about it, because I just do. He's my brother. All right, let's get this done, Mary. Yeah, I'm kind of a fumble fingers. My needle caught on my thread here. How did it do that? Probably will knot it up. No. Yes. Can't pull on it too much, Mary. You'll gather it. I think I'll make a knot here. I hate to use too long of a thread, because maybe I can do a couple more stitches. If I use too long of a thread, it'll knot up on me anyway. So I have to stop and thread my needle several times. Let's see, we can get rid of this pin. Are you anxious to see how these fit? Are you with me yet? Are you with me, or did you get bored and go to bed? I could understand Linda. She's 6 or 7 hours ahead of me. It's in the hours of the night she needed some sleep. Let's see. Who's with me here? And she said, Jacqueline, did you go to sleep? Lala says hello to Becky. Debbie, Angie. Lala says blanket hellos. Debbie says it make me. I'm with you. I'm caught up with chat. Probably watching this is kind of boring, but it is what it is. I'm learning something new. You should make a point to try to learn something new, at least every now and then. Ouch. I'm going to knot this now and rethread my needle. Learning something new keeps you young. Keeps you young. Hope I can get my fingers through there. Yeah, see, these are, but I think it'll still fit my hand. I don't know why they slid up there. I cut them both the same, but I think knit fabric is hard to cut, or this is, anyway. All right, let me get some more thread. Do, 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 do. my needle threader. I'm almost done with the hard part. I have to get this over here up to the light, up to my nose, so that I can see the eye of the needle. Come on, Meri. It's right there. Let's see if I can do a little bit longer thread this time. Hopefully it won't knot. On me. I am really wanting to get out and plant my flowers, but you know, our last frost date is like the first week in May, and we're not quite there yet. So I'll plant my bulbs. I want to move some of that vine, but I'm going to be careful how soon I plant my seeds, and because we've been having some false springs. I clean up the yard. It's not too bad, but I got to walk all around the yard and make sure all the little sticks are picked up. Uh-oh, see, I'm going to knot this if I'm not careful. That's a long thread. And I pull it out. Did I pull it off of my needle? I pulled it right off of my needle. I have trouble starting it. That's okay. Have patience. Have patience. Don't be in such a hurry. Where's the eye of that needle? I can't get this up to my nose when I work on my table. That's part of the problem. But I probably wouldn't be doing too much better in my lap. Did I pull that through? What did I do? Pulled it out. Meri, what are you doing? Pulled on the thread and not the needle threader. Get it in there. I can't see it. It's such a tiny little thread. It's not going through that big old needle threader. Huh. Thought I had it. Well, I pull it out. I get it in there and then I pull it right out again. All right, pull on the needle threader, Meri, not the thread. There you go. All right, let's try this again. I just want to make a knot. Once I get it started, I'm fine. There we go. Now we're off and running. I think I made a knot up there, but that didn't help me much. Whoops. I'm kind of going off of the mark here. Get back on the mark. Do, 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 do. I bought a hydrangea plant the other day. I'd like to get that planted, but I don't know. I may wait a week. May wait until, I don't know. I don't know if a frost could take it out or not. It got pretty cool here this weekend. I haven't been out to see if it ruined any of our plants. I might have to readjust this. I don't want to stretch it. I don't know why I cut it both the same, but it's being ornery in here. I haven't stitched that down yet. I'm going to flip it and see what it looks like on this side. I might have to cut that underneath one down a little. It's not playing nice here. I'm going to snip it this way. Those are the wrong ones. I don't know, this might be a little iffy in here. Come on, can't get a hold of it. There we go. Can't pick up my needle. Come on. That really went crooked. It'll be a hard time getting that one on, but I'm not going to unthread it and do it. I'll check it when I sew it. Yeah, stitch went crooked. This whole thing is kind of iffy in here. Alrighty. Yeah, I did something wrong in there. I came the wrong way. I'm just going to let it kind of pucker there. My thread fell under the finger. Where did it go? Oh. Now I'm doing... I think it was smart to baste it. I don't think I would want to try to stitch it by hand without basting it, or even sew it without basting it. I'm not that experienced, as you can tell. Holding it is hard. It wants to slip. It wants to go its own way. Uh-oh. I did get these to match, though. Pull some thread up. They match pretty good. And they don't need to match on the little finger. The little finger doesn't need all that height. I'm gonna curve it here. And we're on the home stretch. We're on the home stretch. My glasses keep falling down my nose. Doesn't have very far to fall. I got a short nose. My mom had a long nose. I don't know where my short nose came from. It wasn't my mom's side. My dad's side had a curved nose. Pretty snubby curve. I call him snubby. pretty. My sister got my dad's nose. I got my mom's nose only shorter. Got a short version of my mom's nose. My mom had a straight nose. I've got a straight nose. She had a long nose. Mine was short. She said it came from Grandma Abrams. Her mother-in-law. All right, we're on the home stretch here. And I'm going to snip some of this off of these fingers before I turn them under, because I'm pretty sure they'll be long enough. I'm not going to wear these for good, if you're thinking that. I would like to try to make a pair of garden gloves, though. I don't know if I could get that good. Make a pair of denim garden gloves and put leather in the center. Although the ones I have now, I could probably use those as a pattern. I lost my ones I really liked. I have another pair that aren't quite as leathery. They're leather, but they're not a thick leather. The ones I lost were a really nice cowhide leather. All right, I'm just about to the end here. We're just about done. Woohoo! I'm gonna pull this through though. Where'd my thread go? There it is. Pull that little finger. Let me adjust this. I made this way too thin in there. I'm gonna have trouble getting my finger in there. I yanked on that. I gathered it. I need to straighten it out before I... And this is where I went over the seam there. But it's just basted, so it'll be okay. There we go. And I think I can end it here because I'm right at the point where I need to snip off that bottom. I don't know how one got longer than the other, but it did. I'm not experienced at cutting knit. I do okay with cotton, I think. All right. Now, which one is the good pair? Alrighty, let's see what I have here. I don't want to give that needle to Penelope. She'll eat it. She will eat my needle. Alrighty, make sure I have the pins out. I'm giving the pins to her. And I'm going to cut. I'm going to trim this down. And trim this square. Cutting my fingernails. And trim this one. Might as well trim it. Now I'll probably have to, I did pretty good in here though, but I might have to take some little darts in between my fingers. Then over here, I need to trim off the excess. Now this is just basted, so it's pretty, it's still pretty limp. It's not stitched. All right, so now we want to, yeah, this isn't good here. I went off of the side of the road there. Let's turn these inside out. See what happens. I'll start with this finger. Where is he? I might need the end of the pencil here to, and I'll be turning it the other way, back out, inside out when I stitch it. And I'll have to, you know, make sure I have it all even and everything. I'm not going to play with it too much here. I just want to see if it fits. All right, that was that one. Which is the next? This one, I think. Is that right? I do have pretty skinny fingers, so it might work, but I might have to stitch on the other side of my basting. I might have to stitch on the other side of my basting. I need a tweezers. I think I have a pair in here. Oh! Pliers, knife. Tweezers. And I'm not going to be too worried about it right now because I'll have to turn it back to stitch it. But we shall see. This is the one that's, this is the one that where I went off on the side. No, it's the next one. I've got some cross threads in there. my basting is wonky here. We'll see what I can do though. Where's it at? Yeah. I think this is the one that had the square fingernail. There we go. Pretty long. I might have to shorten them. I don't know. I got pretty long fingers though. One more in the thumb. Is this the little finger or the... No, I think I did the thumb. This is the wonky one where I went off of the seam here. Now see I went off the seam there. I'll have to fix that, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm just testing. We're just going to see what they're like. I'll have to turn them all wrong side out again. That's a long finger. Well, my finger's pretty long now. It may not be quite that long. I might have to shorten it. All right, one more. One more here. One more. Did I get them all? One. No, this one. No, like this. No, I got them all, don't I? Why is that so wide? Why is that so wide in there? What did I do wrong? Do I have... Oh, I'm missing a finger. I'm missing a finger. You have 4 fingers, Meri, not 3. Where is he? He's in here someplace. Here he is. Right? Here he is. You're probably going, what? What? You wait till I get good at this. This is my very first glove. You wait till I'm a pro. Then I'll show you. I don't wait till I'm a pro to show off. I have to bop around, do all the messy stuff first while I'm learning. That needs to be pulled through. Yeah. I went off the seam on a couple of these. I knew I did, but I didn't want to unthread it and unthread my needle, and I knew I was just basting it, so. It's not quite there yet. Fingers might be a little long on these. We'll see when I get them on. I probably should have started with a cotton instead of a knit, but cotton's not that stretchy. This is stretchy, and she said to use a stretchy fabric. Stretchy fabrics are kind of hard to handle for an inexperienced sewer. It's just about there. There we go. It's not stitched beautiful. It's not basted beautiful, but there it is. Now let's see what I have. Let's put it on. There it is. Well, I got pretty long fingers. Let me turn off the lights glaring on you. I'm still, oh, there we go. Okay. Let's put it on and see what happens. I'm laughing. Where does this one go to? My little finger is the issue on, let's put it on this hand. The little finger is not quite as bent. My thumb goes here, my finger goes there, a finger goes there, a finger goes there. The fingers are a little long, but it's really not that bad. Looky! Looky! And I can take this seam up a little bit more. I was worried that I can take it, it's a little loose in here, but not too bad. And so when I stitch it, I can stitch it a little tighter. And I can, I don't know. I think it fits me pretty good. For now in here, it probably doesn't fit so good in here. I have a deeper space in here to handle. But I could compensate, but maybe it just isn't pulled in enough. There. But I still think I need a little bit deeper curve in there. And I can do that. There's fabric there. I just need to... Looky, you guys, look! Woohoo! Woohoo! I'm pretty happy with it. But now when I stitch it, I probably have to be a little bit more concerned about in between the fingers. I kind of wrestled with that, and then deeper in here. But I'm pretty happy with it. This can come a little bit more tight in here. It's not all the way through, but I got to turn it inside out to stitch it anyway. Woohoo! I don't want to take it off now. I don't want to take it off. I'm going to put it, let's get a piece of paper here, and I'm going to hold it on the paper for a little bit while I look at chat. And then after I stream, where's the beginning of this? After I stream, I will use it as my thumbnail. This is the paper that I'm going to wrap that's what we're going to do next. We're going to cut the fabric for the swap. So I think I need to go this way. So I'm going to look at chat, but while I'm watching chat, I'm going to hold my hand here for a thumbnail. Maybe I'll spread it out a little. That's my hand. I'm really happy with these. They feel good, you guys. This was an old pair of leggings. And of all that wonkiness that I had in there, I think once I stitch it, now this is knit. I really don't have a knit needle. Are we going anyplace next week? I might wait, or I might just order one off of Amazon. Order me a knit needle. Because this is it's a stretch knit. It's not a knit like a sweater knit. And I don't know if a regular needle would handle this very well. All right, let me put my hand there, and I'm going to hold it there, and then I'm going to chat over here, see who's in here. Don't want to lose my needle thread or put it up there. Let me refresh chat. Chat filter, top messages, chat filter, all messages. If you make gloves, hands will come. Isn't that the truth? Aren't they cool, Jacqueline? So if you got an old pair, I can't keep my hand still. If you have an old pair of leggings, and this is the one where I did what Becky said to do, was cut both sides at once. And if you have a pair of leggings, you don't have to worry about what way they're facing because you already have a tube. Thank you, Lala. Angie says, okay, I'm going to go take a shower. Good night. Good night, Angie girl. You take care of yourself. You take care of yourself. We want you around. Thank you, Lala. Linda's here. Linda said, wow, that's awesome. Lala says, beautiful. Christina says, nicely done. You guys, I'm so proud of myself. I mean, it's not perfect. I've got little, but this is only basted. I think I'm going to get out the sewing machine. I was going to hand stitch this, but I think I'll get out the sewing machine, and I think I'll order some knit needles. So I'll work on basting the other. I have to cut out the other side of the other glove, and I'll work offline. I don't want to bore you guys with basting another glove together. And then by the time I get that done, my knit needle will come. Hold your hand still, Mary. I've got to ooh and ah over it. Thank you, guys. Drum roll, Angie says. You were missing the ring finger. Yeah, I was missing this one, wasn't I? It's still not all pulled through here. It's still kind of clumpy in there, but like I said, I got to turn this inside out to stitch it. All right, hold it still. Look at this black band coming across here. Very fun. We're going to make more gloves. I'm going to get better at this. Now, these fit good. I mean, they fit snug. Hold it still, Mary. I'm trying to get a thumbnail. Let me get this out of the way. Put it there. All right. You're missing the ring finger. Positive healing vibes and blessed thoughts, Angie. That's a long finger. But you know what? They looked long, didn't they? But they fit. I have pretty long fingers. Now you know how long my fingers are. Allie K. Hi, Allie K. Allie, throat surgery, but my oxygen kept going down, so they had to give me oxygen and a breathing treatment. They were worried about my oxygen. Allie K says, yikes. I hope you start to see improvements, Angie. Christina, me too. Allie K says, what kind of surgery do you have? I hope it gets better for you, Christina says. Christina says, I'm trying to clean up the messes I made in the last 2 weeks. New week deserves new messes. That's going to be a motto, Christina. We're going to have to remember that one. A new week deserves new messes. Hang in there, Angie. Allie K says hello to Debbie. Debbie says hi to Allie K. Angie says, sorry, I got a call. Sewing leather, you would have to really pull out the special equipment. I probably would have to. I would probably sew them in denim and cut a leather palm. And I don't know if I could do leather fingers or not. And I would probably resort to, I don't know if I would actually stitch the leather palm. I might hot glue it on, put something inside make me a cardboard, whatever. I'd have to figure out how to put that leather on without stitching it. If I stitched it, it would have to be done before I sewed them together. Christina says, I had a friend a long time ago who had a sewing machine for leather. She used it for making costumes. Becky said, good night. Becky said, I'm off to dreamland. It's been a full week. Yeah, it gets pretty late for Becky. It's 9 o'clock, and Becky said she turns into a pumpkin at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Eastern. It's only 8 o'clock here. Patty Lang is still here. Patty, if you're out there up in the balcony, thanks for sticking with us. Angie said, I have some new fabric to make bowls with. You know, and I was going to send some of that rope. I can't find it, Angie. It's around here somewhere. And when I find it, you're going to get it. It has your name on it. I have an idea that it's probably upstairs in one of the boxes. I don't know. But I don't know if Angie's still in here. Lala said hi. Lala says blanket hellos. Debbie says it may break down the seed covering. Okay, let's go down to the bottom. I sold my walking foot leather machine. Oh. I have to make a sign. New week, new messes. Yes, you will. You do that. You do that. I think that's a good motto, a good sign. New week, new messes. But you gotta clean up last week's messes first. That's where I get. All right, I'm done with showing off my hand. I guess I could show it this way too, but it's a little bit harder this way. I'll count to 5. My thumb wants to wiggle this way. Hold still, thumb. My thumb, I've got a wiggly thumb. All right. 1001, 1002, hold still. 1000, it's not going to work. All right, I'll take them off now, and I'll turn them inside out offline. And they're very rough. They're very rough. Those long fingers. Alrighty, you guys, I'm very happy with that. So what I want to do next, I'm not done here with my fabric. I'll show this to you guys. What I decided to send for Becky's swap, she retired. I decided to send this elephant fabric. Now I've washed it, but it needs to be pressed. And I have plenty. I mean, I do have plenty. It's pretty thin. I mean, it's kind of like a scarf material. It's in a circle, but 6 by 9, I might be cutting off an elephant. Let's use this as a pattern. And I'm going to press it, and I may send a piece under it, because this is pretty thin. Let's cut the seam here, and I won't send those elephants. My big scissors here. And I'm going to press it nice. I'm way off camera, I know, but I have to be off camera to get it started here. And since I'm not a good cutter, I don't know. We'll have to see how this goes. This is kind of flimsy fabric. This is not a cotton either. But it's elephants, and I thought you guys would enjoy that. I think I'll send a cotton piece with it. I've got some pretty cotton in the other room that I actually bought from the fabric store. I fell in love with it. Gold. Okay. Oh, my papers are blowing. Hold on. I have to have the fan on in here. There we go. Okay. So this row I'm not going to use. So I'm going to cut pretty close to the elephant's nose here. Let me get this off. And I think I'll press them after I cut them because I have such a long piece here. I could, but I don't want to. Let me move this basket or I'll knock it off. Probably knock it off anyway. So this first line of elephants is irregular, so they're not going. Let me cut down here. And I wish I could tear, but I'm afraid that tearing it. And I think I'll send another piece, and this will just kind of be a bonus piece here. Because it's kind of hard to cut. I know I'm not doing a very good job. I wonder if putting a ruler there would help me stay on track. Has to go nose to nose. And the feet are higher, so let's see if this helps me. What I need is one of those cutters, and I have one. So after I get this done, I may do this offline with one of those circle cutter things, because cutting this with the scissors is not And I've got plenty of fabric here, so. But you get the idea. I'm messing this up. I'm not going to send this. Because it's wonky. It's hard for me to handle, and I got a little space. But you get the idea what I'm going to do. And then I have some gold, pretty gold fabric that I got at the quilt store that I'm going to send with this. Where did that go? It's got a seam here. But this was pretty irregular anyway. I don't know. I might have to, when I do it, I think I'll send some 2x4 strips, but I think I'll make these are longer than 2x4 to get this entire elephant on here. So this will be a bonus piece, because this is going to have to be much long. Where's my markings here? This is 3 inches where my finger is. It's going to have to be more 3x6, but it'll be a bonus piece. And I'm going to get out my I do have a cutting mat, and I do have one of those circle cutters. I don't think cutting it here is a good idea. I don't want to ruin it. But I got plenty, so if I get some wonky ones, I should be able to get at least 8 out of this. There's 2 yards of it, front and back. It's kind of a scarf fabric. And let me go get the other fabric and I'll show it to you. We'll leave the elephants out here. I'll leave the elephants. This was cut off anyway. This was the end of it. This is where I cut it off of this seam. And then after I get them cut, I think I have to stick with 3 by a 3-inch if I want to send this. And I'll just send it as a bonus because I'd like to share. Let me go get my, it's just right out here. I can grab it. I'll be right back. I had to make a stop in the ladies' room. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to send this. I think this is awfully pretty fabric. So I'll send, and then this will be a bonus, but I think I have to make this wider than 2 inches. This is 2 inches right in here, about 2 inches, and it's not getting my entire elephant. So this will just be a bonus. So that's one thing I have to work on next week. So let me look at chat. Oh, let's put my needle threader away. Penelope has my pins. I think what I want to do, it is 8:30. I go until 10. Where's my other part of my needle threader? Well, when I find it, I'll put it in here. I have the, is it over here? Meri almost fell off of the edge of the desk. I want to do, maybe we'll do a pick 7 from these Kyla Give hand cards. I think I want to do a pick 7. Now, I don't know if I have all the stencils and bubble wrap and all of that. So if I don't have something, I'm going to pull another card. Let's see, I put my... But I want to do pick 7 tonight. Usually the pick 10, pick 12 take me 2 or 3 hours to finish. And I'm just going to use a piece of, hopefully if I can find a piece of watercolor paper. Get my scraps off the desk. And this will go behind. I'm just going to use a piece of watercolor paper, and I might make postcards. I haven't sent out my other postcards yet, so I'm not going to have a giveaway until I get my other postcards sent out. But I will eventually do postcards and send them out, but I don't want to, I'm backing myself up too much. I'm backing myself up too much, and I'm going to do it this way. And my camera, I don't know, my camera seems to slip around. First I have it too high, and then I have it too low. Well, that's too high for me. I've got to work right in here. So I need to tilt it a little more. There. Okay. So when I was sorting through stuff, I found these Kyla Give hand cards. And I've had these, I very seldom, I don't know if I've even used them once or twice maybe. But we're going to do a pick 7. I don't do a lot of this anymore. I do like to use the Somerset magazines and do it that way, but we're going to use Kyla Give hands. And I think I'm going to do a pick 7. And I'm going to write it on the back of this, I guess. I haven't shuffled cards in so long, it's funny. All right, that's good enough. So we're going to pull 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, usually what they do is turn them as they go. So shall I do that? I think I shall. There's the lid to this. This lid doesn't stay on here very good. I'll put a rubber band around it later. So the very first card will be, let's see, I'm going to write, is this a tombow? Yeah, this is a tombow. Let's see, I'm going to write pick 7 for, what is it, 19? Is it today's the 19th? 26. And the very first card, I'm going to put Kyla Give hand up here. Kyla, because I'm using her deck of cards. And they've been around for a while. I don't think she's done any recently. I think she had 2 decks, and this is the first one. It is Use an Alphabet stencil. Wouldn't you know, I'd have a stencil. I don't know if I have one out. But I might over here, if I haven't destroyed it, I might have something here. If I haven't packed it away. Let's see what I have here. Well, and you wouldn't believe it. Let me move this, see if it's in here. I need to get things organized where I know where my stencils are. I know where everything is. I'm not there yet, you guys. I am not there yet. There's some Christmas napkins. Nope, they're not here. So, I'm going to pull another card. I don't want to fool around all night trying to find something. I found a stencil, but it's not an alphabet. It's birds. Let me put what's in my lap away. I thought I had an alphabet stencil out over here, but I mess things up so much. So I'm just going to pull another card. I'll pull the second one. We'll pull the second one and emboss something. No, I'm not going to emboss tonight. We're not getting messy. Stamp the same image multiple times. That I can do. So we need 2 new cards. And I'm just going to put them to the back. I'm just going to pull off the top deck. If I can't do something, I'm not going to fool around tonight. I don't have time to fool. Put them on top. And we'll put these in here someplace. I do have embossing powder, but I don't want to fool around with embossing. We can stamp something multiple times. Let's get my stamp dish. Angie's bowl. It has stamps in it. I've got a ghost sweater. This is my postcard stamp, but I got this flourish. I like the flourish. I've got eyes. I've got a spider web. I've got my owl and my cat. And then I've got some little ones. So I think I'm going to do the flourish. We need to carve some more stamps, Mary. I was working on I think I was designing the dog. And I lost my rabbit stamp. All right, we're going to stamp the same image multiple times. Stamp same image multiple times. And I'm going to cut these into postcards, and I don't want to be too worried about is it going to look nice. It'll look how it looks when it's done. All right, let me get some a stamp pad. Shall I use black? That's what you want to go for, but I don't know. I have coffee. Let's do coffee. Let's do coffee. I pulled it out. Let's see how juicy it is. It's archival. And I'm going to turn this upside down and do it this way. And let's go this way. Now I don't have to do the whole thing. It just says multiple times. You can hardly see it. Let's go for something else. Let's go for something else. That's a pretty, it's not too juicy. Let's see, what else do I have here? My inks are getting old. We got the dye ink. We got the, I don't like any of those. I might have to go to the black. I keep refreshing my black. We got some that has never been opened. Let's try the watering can. Let me put these back. Yeah, I'm going to have trouble. There's trouble in River City. Let's try the watering can and see how it works. I don't want to put my black, I want to keep that out on top. Otherwise it'll get buried. Alright, let's try the watering can. This watering can has never been opened. I don't use it much though. Let's see how watering can works. Oh, hold on. Prompt game sounds fun. I haven't done a prompt game in a long time. Used to do them with Becky and Lisa and Tanya and who else? Becky, I did a lot of dirty dozens and pick tens with Becky. That's a little better. We'll go with that. And I think I'll do 3 across this way. Let's do some this way. So multiple times means cover the whole darn thing. But it doesn't have to be perfect. 3 that way. And let's put this under here and go this way. This way. I have these postcards. The fairies that I did are ready to send. I just need to address them. I don't know. I don't get to it. And the dandelions, they're still spring. So if I get to it, I want to get it done before spring is over with. I have to write the dandelion verses on them. The problem is I don't get in here when I'm not streaming because I'm so busy doing other things. Now it's working in the yard, planting those bulbs. I got to get them. I got 30 gladiola bulbs and I got space for them. I got a plot. It's all ready to go. I might have to do 4 across here. Or we might compensate for it on the next round. I know a lot of this will get off in the background anyway, so I'm not trying to get perfect stamps. I'm just getting an image down. I carved this stamp. Yeah, it's the back of my postcard stamp. And we'll do as many of the Pick 7 as we can. But I'm not going to do hard things tonight. I already did a hard thing basting that glove. I'm so happy with how my glove turned out. I'm so happy with it. I think I will stitch it on the machine, but I think I better order me a knit needle. And then I might have to research and see if I need a more of a stretchy thread. Becky would know. See what kind of a thread I need for a knit. This is a polyester knit, and it's more like a t-shirt fabric than a sweater fabric. Now I'm wanting to do that lacy one. Whoops, I keep putting it back on the lid. So it's fun to do this every now and then. I kind of got out of doing the journaling so much. I am trying to journal, trying to do my fussy cuts and journal those. More of a glue book style, but this is multiple times. But I do like the pattern. I do like what's happening here. And of course my hands are going to get dirty. I did find my other bottle of hand sanitizer. I need to bring it in here. Okay, we just got a little left here. And we can move on to the next prompt. And I'm very close to ordering my new printer. I'm still deciding, do I want to get a HP or another Epson? I can't decide. I was just on the verge of getting an HP, and I read a whole bunch of negative stuff about it. Now I'm hesitating. But you know what? I think that people would say, if you read research, I didn't research the more recent Epsons, you'll probably find people saying negative things about those too. They have a bad experience, and therefore there's something wrong with the printers. And my printer is doing okay for black and white now. It's not doing true color. I do try to print something every other day to keep the ink flowing. All right. There we go. There's prompt 1. And I'm going to I don't think I can get too much off of this. It's pretty dry. All right. Oh, I don't want to put it on there. Let's get that off of here. Okay. I'll put these back in here for now. And ready for the next prompt. Prompt 2. If it's a hard one, I'm going to draw another one. If it's something that I can't do real fast and easy. Use a crafty tool with paints. I can't read this. Use a crafty tool. Something, I can't read the little small print. Sponge, masks, something else. Masks, plastic needle, canvas, etc. I don't know what this is. Punchinella. Punchinella, doilies. This is a crafty tool. Use a crafty tool with paints or spray inks. Well, I'm not going to do spray inks. A crafty tool with paints. So what do I have for a crafty tool? Let me write it down. Use a crafty tool. Well, how about just a spreader? We'll just spread a light wash with paints or mists. And I'm going to just leave the with paints because I'm not going to spray tonight. So that's number 2. We're going to do a wash over this. I'm going to do a real light yellow wash, I think. And what am I going to use to spread it with? How about this button card? And a light yellow. A light yellow. Here we go. A pale daffodil. Now let me get a little piece of wax paper, and I'll probably need a paper towel. Let me get a piece of wax paper here. Just for a palette. And I'm going to put this ink away here. Hold on. If I put them away, they'll be there when I want them. Put it over here. I may just put it on the... No, I think I'll put it on this first to see how juicy it is. Yeah, it's okay. And let's grab this. Get it off of there. Now I see where I need my wax paper. Hold on. I need my wax paper under this. Get it off of here. I might just get me another sheet. I messed this up. It's easier just to get another sheet. We used to do these and we'd wait till, is everybody done? Are we ready for the next one? I don't want to go until you're done. Tell me when you're done. Remember working like that as a group? Now we just do our thing. Catch up when you can. I do think I'll dry this before I go to the next one so it won't warp so bad. My crafty tool is getting wet. My button card. I want just a little bit more on the edge here. And a little bit more in here and in there. This paint is pretty thin anyway. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with it. My crafty tool is done for. And let's give it a dry. On my heat gun, I had it out. I said, oh, where did it go? Here it is. I said I had it still plugged in, but I unplugged it. So now I gotta plug it back in. Okay. I gotta get up to the desk. I'm 3 feet away again. Dry my card here too. Heat gun alert! Pick 7. Thank you, LAK. Stamp with multiple images. You can barely see them. I can still see them. You guys, if you zoom in, might be able to see the... I might go back over this with a couple of my... After I get all done. We'll see. Anything you put on the bottom layer is going to get covered up. Do a quick dry here. We're about ready to do prompt 3. What time is it? 8, almost 9 o'clock, 10 till 9 here. 15 till 9. I'm looking at my clock that's 5 minutes fast. Okay. Next prompt. Let me put my heat gun away. Get the cord out of the way of the chair so I don't run over it. The next prompt says, write with a paintbrush using media, ink, or paint. And we can do that. Write with a paintbrush. What shall I write? Somebody give me a quote. Write with a paintbrush. How about a marker? I could do a paintbrush. Write with a paintbrush. I could do that. Using India ink or paint. Ew, I don't want to use the India ink tonight. I'll spill it. Using India ink or paint. I do have that teal paint out. It's acrylic ink. What did I do with that? Do I have it here? I don't see it. Oh. Did I put it over here? Let's see what I have. I could use paint. I'm looking. I'm deciding. I'm deciding. I had that teal ink out. I don't know where I put it. If I use paint, I need something juicy. Do, 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 do. I need to go through and sort all this stuff out again. How about this Deco Art Americana Blue Metallic? That might be fun to do. Because it'll get, most of it will probably get covered anyway. So let's get another piece of wax paper out. Do, 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 do. Right. Right. Let's find a quote. Let's find a spring quote. Do, 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 do. Do I want to do... Yeah. Spring quote. Spring is a season of renewal and hope. Characterized, well, that's a big one. Despite the forecast, live like it's spring. Let's dance in the sun, wearing wildflowers in our hair. That sounds like a 1960s, 1970s. Springtime is the land awakening. The March winds and the mornings yawn. Oh, I want something short. What is a good quote for spring? I'm getting a lot of images. I like this one. Audrey Hepburn. To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. That's what I want to do. To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. Let me put my phone in a safe spot. Now, I do think at this point I need to measure off because I want the quote too. And I'm just going to use my, well, I don't know if I want to use my Tombow. I'm going to use my Sharpie here to measure off. But it's a gold one. Let's see if that works. The paint marker. I want to do 4 by 6. Put that up there. It's going to blow. Put my scissors on top of it. So we're just going to come back to this. Hold on. Hold the phone. I want to move these off for a minute so I can see what I'm doing. Put my scissors on it so it won't blow. All right, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to measure this way. 4 by 6. Make sure I have it as straight as I can. I just need to know, I need to know where the spaces are so that I can get everything I want on the, now I forgot the quote. I forgot the art, I should write it down, I forgot it, hold on. I'm still here, I think. To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. Let me write it down before I forget it again. To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. And that's Audrey Hepburn. There. Sorry about that. I got a short-term memory. I'm thinking about too many things at once. I'm kind of disappointed that elephant fabric doesn't cut better. I'm going to send some as but it's not going to be a 2x6, but I'll send a 2x6. I'll send it as a bonus. All right, that's pretty good. We got a gold border here. That's 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's good. So we need 4 this way. Can't see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't see it from here. Four, and then one, 2, 3. This is hard to measure. I should be measuring it this way. There we go. Now I know the size of my postcards. And I got a gold border there, which there's not a big old black one. So it's to write with paint. Now I need to come back to my wax papers on the bottom. And I think I'll write it in landscape. And we're going to use some blue metallic. And I need a good paintbrush. Yeah. And that means a little stiff one. Sometimes just getting the things out is the issue. That one's bent. That one's too. That one might work. That's not a brush. This one might work. I don't think I've used this. This is a new one. Well, I might have used it, but I think I can write with that. If I can't, what else do I have here? These are long. I don't want something long, maybe that one. So I'm going to try this one and this one. These others back. Oh, this had a... That one might work. All right. Ah! To plant the garden is to believe in tomorrow. Well, I've got to stand up. I need to clear off my desk here and get it ready to build those shelves. I've got more work to do in here, but I got work to do out in the garden tomorrow. And I'll be tired by the time I get in, raking and planting and watering. All right. So this is going to be my palette. And we're going to put it up here. Get this out of the way now. And I think I'm going to start with, this is the real stiff one. No, this is the real stiff one. Well, let's start with that one. And I might make some marks here to see how it's going. Oh, I shook it. Maybe I need to shake it a little more. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Do, 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 do. It might just be a thin, this is Deco Art. Their paints are usually thinner than the apple barrel. It's still pretty thin. That's pretty thin. I don't know if I like it. Let's mix some black with it. Or navy blue. So that I have some cobalt. I built my English navy the other day. We're going to try to mix some color with it. Well, you can see I haven't used these for a while. There it went. Throw it away. I got a new sack out for a wastebasket and it hasn't found its sturdiness yet. I use those grocery sacks for wastebaskets. All right. We're going to do a little mixing here. And yes, I'm going to use my brush to mix. Yeah. And you guys couldn't see it, could you? I'm sorry. Things float around on me here. There we go. Now my towel is blown away. Let's try this. That's better. And this is a brush to plant and I'm not going to get garden on there. Is I'm going to leave this space blank to believe in, and I'm going to make tomorrow down here. Tomorrow. I forget. I hope I spelled that right. Looks right. Now we'll see how this postcard turns out. To plant, whoops, plant. A plant. We're on plant. A, whoops. It's not as easy as it looks. Garden. I'm using too big of a brush. That's okay. We're making it clunky. Garden is to believe I think I should have used a paint marker, but instead of brush, and then I'm putting my tomorrow down here. Am I spelling tomorrow right? T-O-M. Am I spelling tomorrow right? Somebody tell me. That's how it's being spelled. Now, I need to move my paint. To garden. This is just kind of fast printing. It's not meant to be beautiful print, and it's just kind of painterly. Is to believe and I'm not going to give these away tonight because I'm so backed up. I'll give them away eventually if I like them. And I want to get my other postcards out tomorrow. Tomorrow is correct. Thank you, Allie K. I appreciate that. It just, am I looking at it right? To plant. This is kind of free form printing. So not worrying about perfection. Garden. Is to believe. I would have rather used a marker. We'll go with it and see what happens in tomorrow. There we go. Now I have this to deal with. Let's put this aside. Hopefully it won't blow. Let's do something with this. Put my paintbrush in the water. What shall we do? What do I have down here? Let's look in my scrap box and pull out a piece of paper. One of these sheets I have folded. And let's just scrape it across, get a background. Hold on. I folded a whole bunch of these papers for journal. And we'll just do a swipe. Hopefully I won't have to use this anymore. Now I'm not happy with that. I'm going to put some of that blue metallic on it. Hold on. Put this back in my scrap box. And let's swish some of that pretty blue metallic, not the black, the pretty blue. See what happens. Sidebar. We can't just leave this ugly. It's more of a green. What is? I thought it was blue. It doesn't say. It looks green to me. I guess it is green. I thought it was blue. Well, green is pretty in spring, isn't it? Ooh, I might keep this out. Isn't that pretty? Well, that's to be debated, huh? The color is pretty. I'm not saying the page. The page is just a swipe. Yeah, I think that's a pretty green color. It's a metallic, though. All right, we're just going to take this whole sheet off of my desk and see what's next. Let me put this in the wastebasket. My sack hasn't found its bottom yet here. It's still a pretty wonky sack. And of course my hands are messy. I'm going to leave that out. I might want to use it again. We'll put the black away. We'll put my little paint brushes away. And I'm going to just put this behind me. And it'll be away from the fan. It won't blow. Alright. I'm so happy with my glove, you guys. Here's... Ooh, maybe I should dry this. And I'm going to give this a quick heat gun alert. A quick heat gun. If I can find my heat gun. I'm going to get me one of those little lights. Put it on the side of my desk. It's dark down there. It's dark down there. I think this is pretty dry. Gotta find a clean hand. I think this is pretty dry. I might go over that with a white pen later, or some type of a... We'll see what I'll do with this lettering. But let's go to the next prompt, which will be prompt 4 of 7. I'm only doing 7. Put this black paint away. Or navy blue. It's not black, it's navy blue. Okay. The next prompt, it's 9:15. We're on prompt 4. It says, go wild card. I'm going to save that for the lettering. I'm going to save that one out. This one says, draw or paste a self-portrait. No, that's being put back in the jar. We're not going to fiddle with that tonight. I'm not going to do the hard stuff tonight. We'll put this one in here someplace. Let's pull one out of here, see what happens. There it is. Use an old toothbrush to splatter paint. Well, I'm not going to go in the bathroom and get an old toothbrush. We'll put that one back. I have to do something that's fast and easy, or faster and easier. Write something with your non-dominant hand. Well, I've already written. I'm going to put that one back too. I'm being choosy on my prompts, but that's okay. You get inspired. Do what you can. You do something that's fun. Add a piece of your recycled art. Now that I might be able to do. We'll have to see what I can find. Add a piece of your recycled art. That means I have to tear apart something. Then I might be able to find something to tear apart. We're going to add that as number 4. Add a piece of your recycled art. Add a piece. I have to have enough for 4 of your recycled art. what do I have? You know, I have those stickers. I think they're in, I have those lady stickers. They're in this. I wonder if I can get to them with too much trouble. I have some of those head stickers of Harrison Fisher in this pile of stuff someplace. Let's see if I can get to them. Hold on, I'm digging. I got pattern paper. No, that's not my art. I want my lady stickers. I think they're in this big. I'm crunching here. I think they're in this. I think that's because those are napkins. And I don't think they're in here. No. So I think I pulled the right one. Let me, before I drop the whole bag here, set these down. I think they're in here. And I know I'm crunching here. Let's pull this fold out. Let's look in there. I don't think they're. I'm looking here. Most of what I have left in there. I might have to run out and get an art journal. But I have these faded stickers. This is my art. I don't have enough of this. I'm looking for my stickers. These are all fussy cuts. Book page. That might be coming up to a blank corner here. I may not find them. I thought they were in here. I'm not going to hunt all night for them. I'll find something else. I might run out and get an old journal. I'll put all this away after let me go get one of my journals. But I can tear in. Let's see. I might not have to go too far to get something. Let's try a couple journals here. This is all. Let's just. I'm looking. Hold on. You'll see some of my old journals. I'm not sure I want to tear out of this one. Ooh. Hold on. You will see a little bit of a journal flip. This is a desk journal. Let's set it aside. Set that aside. This is a desk journal that I did in, 2017? Dee Dee has a journal like this, but I don't know if I want to tear out of this one. 2009. And I'll just kind of just do a, I don't know if I want to recycle anything in here. It's kind of fun. This is more of a writing art journal. I did some sketching there. What was this? Happy Meri, happy day. Meri, happy day. Happy day, may the Republicans win. What was this? Plenty of, I don't know what this was all about. Please make yourself at home. What was I doing this? Potato chips. There are Keebler cashews. Over. I think this was from my sister-in-law. Who was this from? It was to make yourself at home. Pat. Pat was a Republican. I'm an independent. She wrote me a note. I think I stayed with her mother. She went on an outing with her friends on a Saturday and wanted me to sit with her mother. And she wrote me a big note. All right, I'm not going to take anything out of that. I might take something out of this. This was my 4th of July journal, I think, from last year. I don't know if I want to take anything out of it. It's hard to open. Let's take this one. This, I don't think there's anything in my 4th of July journal that I want to take out. So I'm going to throw these on the floor. We'll put them away. You should see my floor. There might be something in here. This was a custom cover that Shannon did for me, and I never really got it bound. Look, this elastic. This is an elastic band that I got at the dollar store. It's seeing its day, but this is Shannon's elastic. And this was a covered, she did a flip one for me, January 2018. Oh, we might get something out of this. But I don't know. I don't know. Bad art. Miss Maisie. My story of Miss Maisie. Miss Maisie, I have something for you. Cookies and milk, I hope. I'm hungry. I don't know. What am I doing here? Where are you? No, where are you? I am Maisie. I'm trapped in Mary's brain and I can't get out. I don't know what this is. Maisie, Janet on YouTube says you can come out by telling a story. You've been filming me? Look here, Miss Maisie. I was filming a sketch and you just walked into my video, so stop your pouting. Where have you been? Sketch, yes. I've been writing in my Society of Idea Collector journal, Miss Maisie. I've done some other odd sketches in there. I am bored. What can I do? They kind of have gotten darker in here. Kind of my little Miss Maisie story. Let's tell one of your stories, Miss Maisie. Looks like I started something there. Oh, there you are. I was so busy I didn't see you come in. She's sitting there coloring. I should clean these up a little or make another story. This is a storyboard. And here's me again. There's my self-portrait. Hello, Miss Maisie. I see you've been practicing your art. And she's doing her art here. I'm practicing painting tiny faces. And you made her blue dress red, Miss Maisie. It's called Artistic License. I learned it on YouTube. Hey, this book does not have pictures or words, she says. And then the last, am I at the end? I think I'm at the end. No, is there one more page? I think I'm at the end. Thanks for watching. Art. Miss Maisie and Mary. That one's pretty good. That's, there's my self-portrait right here. And this is my little Miss Maisie. This one came out pretty good. The others kind of got dark in there. It's old. And these are some, I'm looking for something I can share on 4 pieces. Some of my old art. A lot of it is, oh, here's some here's some 2018 stamps. I did the faces. I don't want to tear it up. I have it on the other side there too. On black paper, something on black paper. Oh, this was fun. This is my technique. I claim that I invented this. It is what I call embossed drippage. Embossed drippage. I used the mineral oil, glycerin, not mineral oil, glycerin, and I embossed glycerin, and then you push it like this. This is a poor example of it, but it'll drip down on your page while you're drying it. And this looks like I was doing something on black paper. On black paper is what it says. Well, am I finding anything in here that I want to share, that I want to cut up? What's this? This might be something. Oh, this is an ink swatch. Experimenting with those acrylic inks. Will ink soak through? And it didn't. This was an experiment. Here. That should really go in my Society of Ideal Collector. Am I finding anything that I want to share? Well, I could share this on the back. It's only 1 sheet. This is a tar gel test. I could just take a strip and cut it into 4 and leave my test. I think that's what I'll do. And this was an ATC swap. I think this came from Lucia. This was the one from Lucia. This isn't mine. This was from Lucia. ATC swap. She's got a letter on the back of it here. I missed those days, but I did find something. We'll use that. I need to get going here. It's 9:35. We got a couple more prompts to do. I get lost. I need to go through all these old art journals. We'll use that one. Let's see if I can fold this up enough to. And I don't have Shannon's. I don't have it enough to. Where's that old one? We'll use this one. There we go. We'll use that one. Oh, you don't want to see the floor here. I'm going to have a job cleaning up behind me. All right. I kept the watering can out. What was this? I want to do the wild card. I think I'm going to letter on these. So, and it kind of matches what I'm doing here. This gold does. I want to keep my tar gel test out. So maybe I'll cut it this way. Oh, maybe I'll tear it. Right here. And this, I'll keep that. And I'll still have some test. I'll put that back in my journal. And it kind of matches. So we want 4 of them. So I think what I'm going to do is tear the end off here. This is on watercolor paper though. I'm going to have watercolor paper on watercolor paper. matches. All right, now I'm going to divide this. Maybe I'll divide it in half first. And then I'm gonna, this one won't get much. I'll keep that for me, I guess. I won't get much over there either. I'm gonna cut it this way. This will be mine. Yeah. All right, 1, 2, this one has to be thinner, 2, this one has to be thinner, this one will be mine, and this one has to be a little thinner. This is my old art. This is this tar gel test. I didn't like tar gel. Let's throw all this scrap away. I still have it. It's kind of goopy stuff. It's kind of like, you think of that stuff they make with glue, Elmer's glue. It's kind of like that if you ask me. I'm going to have to thin this one a little more too. I kind of like that, but now I know I can't put it on with, glue stick. So we're gonna try the glossy accent thing here. I'm gonna throw this band away. It's all stretched out. Yeah, those hair bands don't last. All right. So let's glue this. Look at my hands. Terrible. And am I getting anything out of it? I might go a little over 10. This is prompt 4. I already know prompt 7 is go wild card, and I'm gonna play with these letters a little. Part of that takes so long doing this is you have to hunt for stuff. It isn't like you know what's going to happen next. I think Becky would do all of her prompts and then she'd come back and finish them up. I'm going to put this one right here. I'm using glossy accents to glue this on. I think it'll do a pretty good job. And this one will go. I think I'm going to tear it just a little though. And put it up above. I might have to re-glue the edges if I actually send these in the mail. I don't know. I'm not planning on a giveaway tonight. I gotta finish my other giveaways. I just wanted to do a prompt game tonight. Get my juices flowing here. This is my old art. This was a tar gel test. Did I glue that one? No. And then I can glue on this side or that side. They're both okay, I think. I think I'll tear it a little shorter so I might have room to do something underneath of it. I'm thinking it would be fun to put a piece of tatting on this, but now I did a piece of tatting on a postcard that I sent to Katia, and it made it all the way to Canada. Just a little ring. I don't have any out with me, but I could make some. I don't know what the other prompts are going to be, but that's where my head is right now. It really needs a flower or something gardening. That is prompt 4. Let's clean this one up a little. There we go. All right. And I think those will be okay to proceed to the next card. That back over there. And it is, there's 2 of them here. Add a photo. Well, how about a flower of some sort? Add a photo. 5. Add a photo. Let's get those. I might have a gardening magazine behind me. I've got a stack behind me. I don't know if I've got any gardening. Let me reach. Of course, my button box is on top of them. Oh. Let's see if I can find some flowers in here. Oh. Spot the difference. Those are some flowers, but these are just covers. This is a spot the difference. Do I have any flowers in there? I've got bugs. There's some flowers, but they're pink. Got any yellow ones or gold ones? The animals, some white ones, not very many. Smithsonian, that's the end of that. I don't think those white ones, I don't have enough, but I might save those out. History, magnolia. She have any flowers in here? Food. She's got a lot of food. Christmas. There's gonna be spring in there. Cottages. Look at her. I love her. That's cool. Christmas issue again. We're not gonna find any flowers in a Christmas issue. What's this? This is a stamp catalog. I don't know color in here. The spotted color. Wilderness travel. It's not going to have flowers. Country. Nebraska Life might have something. Usually has animals. Got a lot of people in this one. HGTV. There's some flowers. Don't know if I like them. Got any more flowers in here? I had a horticulture magazine. Arbor Day. Doesn't look like I'm going to find anything. I need to go through all of these magazines, and I might find something in the Mary Jane here. This is a fall issue. Country. Let's see what I have here. Ooh, that's a cool picture. I'm looking for flowers. That's a cool picture. Country. Spring in bloom. They're blue. Oh, here we go. There we go. That might do it. There's a bird. Let me put them up here. Autumn, fall. Blank canvas farmhouse cozy. There's a Mary Jane magazine down here someplace. Make it spooky. Halloween. Farmhouse. Country door. Looking with, this is the Mary Jane. She usually has something. She has food. Washboards. I think I found what I want in that other, with those tulips. I think. There's a pretty flower. I think I like my tulips. I think I'll go with the tulips. I don't see anything else here that's calling me. I need to go all through these. I started it. I got them all torn apart. I just haven't gone through and picked what I want out yet. Throw the rest away. You pick what you want, and you throw the rest away. Got a lot of fall issues. Wilderness travel. There's a stamp catalog. Cottages. Magnolia. Nebraska history. These are cool that they're not having too many colored images in them. Let's go with those tulips. Let me put these back behind me. Ah, my floor's a mess. My floor is a mess. Hold on. I got scraps. Bags here that need to be put away. Let's go back to the tulips. I think they're my best bet. Oh, they're blowing away. Hold on. Don't blow away. I want you. I'm gonna put some tulips. And I think they'll be best down here at the bottom. And I need 4 of them. I got some blue ones too, though. Pink ones, I don't think so. Let me put them up here so they don't blow away. All right. And I think I'm going to tear rather than cut. This I'm going to tear off. But I think I can get some 1, 2. I think, no, let's tear it here. And if if we need any more. I've got some flowers there, but they're not, you can't see them very well. These you can see better. So I think this is just, it may not be the best, but you just got to go with the flow. If you go with the flow, you might end up with something you really like. Right now, I don't feel like this is too put together. I'm going to do something with these letters, I think. All right, so I need to get 4 out of here. Let's just fold it in half and see what it looks like. Oh, I think I can do that. And let's fold this one in half. You'll have to use your imagination on these, maybe. This one doesn't have a lot of flowers. I might go back over to this one. We'll see what happens. Add a photo. I don't want to cover up my tar gel. What way they go now? I think they go this way. No, they go this way. So we want to put them up in here. They're flowers. I'm going to put them there. Take those off. You don't have many there. I'm going to use this one. We'll put it down here on mine. This one's mine because it's got the lighter. Put it there. Now I need to get 2 out of here. And we'll see what happens here. One. Have to know that these are flowers. They added a bit of color to the page. I think they go this way. There we go. I might use this one instead. All right. That's my photo. It's a magazine image. And I'm going to put it on with fine art glitter glue. And I didn't put the pen back in my... Boy, I'll tell you. I'm really hard on my needles and pens. I'm hard on the scissors. I'm hard on everything. I'm hard on my paintbrushes. I'm trying to get the needle back in there. There we go. We're going to use fine art glitter glue. since I'm not sending these out, I might do some attack on here. I'm thinking. Yeah, this is going to have to be cleaned. Hold on. Trying to get it out to the edge here and clean my finger off. I'm going to put it up above. Right in there. I kind of miss those days when we did those pick 10s as a group. I kind of miss them. I was always behind. I try to do too much. Even now, it's what? It's almost 10 o'clock, and I'm just finishing up prompt 4. I'm going to go over. I'm going to finish these tonight. I'll try to do simple stuff. I'll probably go till 10:30 or so tonight. I'm so proud of my glove. I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, it's over on my shelf over between my desks. I'm so proud of it. I took a picture of it, or I held it there so I can go back in my chat and got 16 of you in here. Oh, this is prompt 5. So I only got one more prompt besides the last, besides the wild card. Prompt 6. It's coming up here in a minute. I hope it's easy. We might look for an easy one. I don't do these enough that if I have to file through the deck to find something I like, let's see what it is. Use acrylic paint through a stencil. Well, I had that bird stencil, but I don't think I want to mess with that. Let's pull another one. Let's just go find one that makes sense. Let's go find one. Include a tag. Add a 3D element. I can't do that. This one's upside down. Create and use shapes from old book pages. Use black gesso or black paint to cover something up. Cover the whole postcard up. Journal with a permanent pen. That's what we're going to do. I'm not going to journal. I'm going to do two things. Let me put these all back. Journal with a permanent pen. There's no place to journal on here. Let me write it. I'm going to put add a border with a permanent pen. Add a border. And I think I'm going to use a paint marker. And then for prompt 7 is a wild card. So those are the 7 prompts. Just a minute here, let me get it out. Prompt 1 was stamp the same image. And the stamp's on there. You can hardly see it, but it does peek through multiple times. Use a craft tool with paints. I did the yellow over it was a button card. Write with a paintbrush. That's my quote. The quote was to plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. And 4 is add a piece of your recycled art was my tar gel squares. And I might go tap some little white squares to put on, little white circles to put on here. That'll be offline. That'll be part of my art. Add a photo where the flowers. 6 is add a border, and 7 is wild card. And what I'm going to do for the wild card is I want to play with these letters with my white pen, if I can find it here, my panda marker. Let's see if I can find it. I just got it out the other day. That's the yellow one. That's a white pen, but it's not the one I want. Hold on. Scissors, scissors, scissors. Where's my panda marker? Is this it? No, that's another white gel pen. Well, I don't think the white gel pens will do what I want. Where's my panda marker? You know, you want something and you can't find it. I got a whole box of them here. I'm going to get a new one out. I got a box of them here. Let me just get a new one. I'm always ordering them because these are a good value. Let me put all these back. I don't want to use those gel pens. They're not what I want. Let me put all these back. I need more room. I need a huge big desk. I got a little desk that can't hold all my scissors. And the rulers and the pens and the, you know, it just, I can't hold everything in one little square. Yeah, a pen dropped. And the watercolor. I'm going to save that out. These are these Panda Fly white highlight pens. These are good. And I don't know what I did with my one that I broke out the other day. You get a good, I think you get 10 of them in here. 10 pens. I think I've taken 3 out of this box. Yeah. Get them on Amazon. They're called Panda Fly markers. Hold it. They're all gonna fall if I don't push them in there. Okay. So here's what I want. And what I want to do, I'm going to put these cards back. I'm going to have to find me a rubber band to put around this. Does not hold them all. I could put some painter's tape on this to close it up. It's not painter's tape. Where my painter's tape went, we'll use masking tape. If I can find the edge. I'm just tired of these falling open. There we go. I bought a big 6 rolls or a big multiple roll of painter's tape the other day off of Amazon. Put Penelope back up here. All right, what I want to do with this, I think what I want to do is outline these letters. And I might even go over this again too with black. I'm not sure I like this. I'm not sure I like this. My letters are too small to do this. Forget that. Let's do the black. Oh, I might do both. I kind of like doing both here. Gotta play with it. This is a Tombow marker. I kind of like this. So maybe I'll do both. And I'm not going to sit here and do them all now because it's 10 after. I'm going to go ahead and do the border, and then I'll finish these offline or in my next stream. I'm not in any hurry to finish this stuff. I might just leave it here. I want to do the border, and I will come back. Let's see, what do I want to use for a border? So black. Do I want to use that? These were some that Microdot Jane gifted me. Paint markers. They're EBETEM markers. I think it's EBETEM. And they're two-sided, but they give a nice... So let's try the other side. And they're a paint marker. And I'm just going to do a border. And I'll come back and finish these. And I might have to go over this border after I paint it. And you know, I think I'll also do this. And I think I will put a piece of tatting. So maybe I'll finish this Tuesday morning with the tatting and the writing. I'm not sure I like that shape, but it is what it is. It is, maybe when I get my tatting on there, it'll make more sense. I'm going to put on the border, and then, where's that white pen? I'm going to leave my white pen out, and we'll finish these Tuesday morning. And I don't know if I'll have time to work on my glove. I gotta plant my gladiolus tomorrow. And I'm usually tired. I get all dirty in the garden and I have to take a shower and clean up, and I'm tired. So I don't know how much I'll actually get done tomorrow for artwork. Or tatting. It wouldn't be hard to tat 4 rings though. Make real pretty Picassos all around them. They kind of look like a ring with all little petals coming out. Kind of look like a flower. I might do that. And I think I'll outline this one too. I might play with these shapes a little more. I'm not sure. I think I'll go back over this one like that. Make it fatter. I like that better. Let's make this one fatter. And when I cut these, I'll probably have to redo the lines and everything. Yeah, I think I can do a ring. Instead of just doing a few picots, you do picots all around your ring, and it makes it look like little petals. I think that'll look nice on here. I think that'll really dress it up. So I am thinking of doing a member stream on Wednesday night. I will post if I decide to. I thought I'd do it last week, and then I got tied up with other things last week. We went to town. I think. I got border on here. I decided I didn't like this. I might have to keep this one because I've messed it up so much. Eventually, I haven't had a giveaway. Eventually, I'll give them away. So, I'm going to finish this quote, and I'll finish the postcards Tuesday morning. I'll just leave everything out. And who knows, by Tuesday I might be inspired to do something else on them. Because they look pretty simple right now to me. Need some more stuff on them. The tat's going to go in here. Oh, I know, I didn't do the border on this. There we go. Do I want to divide this? There we go. Pretty simple cards, but it was fun to do a pick 10 just to get back in the groove of doing it. I may start a little journal where all I do is pick 10s, a small journal, because I want to get back into doing it. It is 10:15. I don't want to be on here all night. Vicky, did I see Vicky come in here? Did I see Vicky come in? Whoops. Vicky, if you came in, welcome in. Outline looks good. Yeah, it's kind of a simple layout, but I think I can do some more on here. I might find some, maybe even a little thin piece of washi. I don't know, something. Now it's time to, you love the quote? The quote is Audrey Hepburn. Maybe I'll write that on with my Sharpie marker. Audrey Hepburn's quote, to plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Christina. Panda Fly pens. Yes, let's take a look at those. Oh, I have a redirect here. I have to hit the go. Yeah, these are good. These are good markers. How much are they now? 400 bottom. Whoops. White. $5.57 for 10 pens. $5.50. So let's just call it $6. About 60 cents a pen or less. I'm going to put this in my cart. Add to cart. I'm going to get another one. Because I use them and lose them. I use them and lose them. Let's go back to my YouTube. Thank you, LK, for the link. Thank you for dropping all the prompts in there. Glad you're not typing and driving as my husband drives. Oh, hi, Vicky. You're in here. She says, I can hear now as I drive. I recently bought the Blossom magazine, a beautiful magazine. Ooh, sounds beautiful. 2.0 says, nice to meet you as well, Laura. Oh, there's Jersey. Hi, Jersey. Welcome in. Who else did I miss? Vicky's 2.0. The flan is homemade by our waitress. Delicious. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Yeah, it's a quote by Audrey Hepburn. I'll write that on here. Whoops, got out of chat, so I think I'm going to leave. So thank you guys for spending your Sunday night with me. It's Sunday night, not Friday night. I appreciate it. I know you guys have other places you could be, so I appreciate your stopping in and saying hello to me and spending some time with me. This is not done. We're going to put a tap there, and I'm going to put Audrey Hepburn, and I still feel like I need to do something in here. So we'll see. Bye, everybody. Have a great week. Oh, okay. I will, Allie K. I'll go back and look at that because I just clicked on where the link went. Thank you. She says, be careful when ordering because they have different colors and tip sizes on those white pens. All right. Have a great week, everybody. Bye. Oh, if Juju's on, she usually comes on after me. Sometimes. Most of the time. Sometimes she doesn't. Also, Pam. Ginger Cat Pam. All right. Bye, everybody. I love my glove. Trying to find the off here.